What up, Jisha? How you doing? We continue the hair today. Hopefully it gets done, but we'll see. I also want to try some different stuff out with this leg. I think I want the leg to stretch down a little bit more on this shot in particular. I wonder if I straighten it out, how it would feel. We're just gonna try it. Fuck it. Okay, I'll not be torturing you today with critiques. All good, dude. Uh, The only reason I'm like super anti-critique these days is just because I feel like I'm never getting this fucking thing done. Ugh, it's just taking so long, you know? Oh, my lat's really sore. I'm just gonna stretch my lat real quick. Give me a second here. Ugh. I got so many tight muscles, dude. It's crazy. Ugh. Okay, let's try and straighten this leg out. See what we can do here. Actually, let me check how long we have on the ads, and I'll drop a Discord notif. And then we got a minute left. I think I need to sort of, if I'm gonna straighten it out, I'm gonna favor a little bit more on the other leg. Just wondering how this will look. No, I'm feeling guilty. That's why I was coming on stream, and every time sending something for critique, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It really just comes down to sort of the time I want to dedicate to sort of that stuff. Because sometimes critiques could take 20 minutes, half hour, and if I get like two or three, it's like half of stream, you know. And then I feel like I'm not getting anything done. That's all. Okay, let's see how that looks. But I don't mind doing them. Okay, I think the longer version is better. I think I prefer that. Now, I think the longer version's better. I also think I could do better on. There's a gesture somewhere in here that I didn't like. That wasn't reading well. I think it's this one. I think this knee could come higher, or this one could come lower. There's some weirdness around here. Yeah, it's this like this one here. I think I think this should be lower. Just given the length of the leg there. Something like that, I think, would read better. Actually, I don't even think. You know what? I think we need this off screen. I think it would be covered up by that front leg. And then you maybe see it like back here. That might be too big of a jump. We'll see. I think it reads a little nicer. Damn, a 7 stream streak. Oh shit, I gotta drop the Discord notification. Totally forgot. Okay. #1 fan, baby. I should check YouTube. Speaking of fans, let me make sure my YouTube's open. Nobody on YouTube. Okay. We're safe. We're safe. I can go back to ignoring YouTube now. Okay. Still some weirdness here. And I think it's this gesture right here. This one I think is weird. I think I need to bring this in more. I think this knee needs to be in more. Dave, how you doing? What up, Dave? How's school going, bro? Okay, let me bring this in a little bit. And then because we brought it in, we got to sort of elevate the hip here, I think, also. Something like that. Let's see. Something's still odd about it. I'm okay. Struggling to figure out TV Paint. School's mid. What can I say? Oh, you're using. Is school making you use TV Paint, or are you just using TV Paint? I'm doing good. My shoulder's a little sore, but it is what it is. I feel seasonal at this point. I don't even know how to like stop it, but yeah, this I think. Looking at that arc, I don't hate the arc. Just I think this leg should come out more a little bit. Either I have to make changes here or rotate it out a little bit more on the other one. Let's try this. That. I'm just trying to see, does it grow too much? I think it's fine. How's the length? I think it's fine. It grows a lot there, but no, I want to learn it myself because Fortiche uses it and their boards look like a mix between Photoshop and SB Pro. I will tell you, if your goal is to work in like Japanese anime, I don't know if that is your goal. Um, I do know that they use a lot of clip. I know Japan uses clip a lot. I don't know about Fortiche though. But Fortiche is also 3D, right? Oh, well, I guess you do boards. That's different. Okay. I'm thinking more animation. I'm surprised they would use TV Paint for boarding. It seems weird to me, but I guess, whatever. They are French, so they probably have some sort of deal or something. TV Paint, look, I don't hate TV Paint. I have gripes with it, mostly around keybinds. There's not enough freedom with keybinds, and I think that's sort of my big issue with TV Paint is I can't make it feel uniform to my other softwares. And I feel like I always have to fucking remember what the hell my keybinds are when I go from like Clip or Photoshop or whatever to fucking TV Paint. Because it's so foreign. It's so weird. I don't like it. That's my big gripe. I also don't like the brushes. A lot of people say TV Paint is fantastic because it feels like you're drawing like on paper, but I disagree. I think it's like I just don't like the brushes. Maybe it's just I gotta play with my settings a little bit more, but nope, I don't want to work in Japanese animation. Fortiche and Ninoc and French studios use TV Paint more, partly because it's developed in France. Yeah, well, I think Clip is Japanese, isn't it? Is Clip Studio a Japanese thing? Clip Studio Paint Origin. Where's it from? Yeah, it's a Japanese software. Oh wait, where was it? Developed, created 2001. Where Where was? Is it a Chinese company? It's a Japanese graphic software company called Celsius that made it. So it is Japanese. That makes sense. That's probably why they use it so much. I thought Western animation uses Moho or Toon Boom. Okay, so it depends. Western animation certainly uses Toon Boom for sure, dude. Like when I worked in animation, we used Toon Boom. That's what we used. I worked in rigged animation though. I didn't do like hand drawn stuff. Hand drawn, I think, tends to do either Clip, TV Paint, or Flash. I know Smiling Friends uses Flash. A lot of old like shows use Flash, or like if a lot. I guess a lot of like Newgrounds WebGen guys use Flash. Well, I guess maybe not. It's probably a mix of Flash and Clip. Clip is becoming more and more popular in professional pipelines. Flash was the standard, then Toon Boom kind of changed that for rigging, just because there's so much more functionality. And then and Toon Boom like quickly became the standard. Flash is sort of on its way out, but there are some places that still use Flash. Adobe Animate, for those who don't know. Okay, this I think needs to come in more also. I just felt like it was too distracting. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, the transition into the stretched out leg I think is too slow. I want to change that. Like this is weird. This is weird in terms of how much it grows here. We got too much growth. I gotta fix that. Like there's way too much volume change here. It doesn't make sense. This leg works. This other leg does not. We gotta switch that up. Too much leg going on here. The problem with CSP and Photoshop is that a lot of tougher to animate and tween stuff for animatics. And the problem with Storyboard Pro and Grease Pencil is the limited drawing tools. I think that's where TV Paint could be really good, but it's tough to get used to. You'd probably really like Toon Boom Harmony, I'm not gonna lie. There's just a lot of functionality for it. Yeah, I think that looks better now. Got home, perfect timing? Hell yeah, dude. Welcome in. How you doing, Zaza? Busy day today? Let me just clean up some of these little straggling pieces here. This leg feels like it should be a little bit more front on. Why does... Oh, I wonder if I'm just not moving my pen fast enough. I was like, this pen looks so different. But it's the same pen. I know I drew it with the same pen. You animating? I am. What up, Kurt? How you doing, dog? I think this looks better-ish. Been a minute, Kurt. You living, dude? How's life? You good? Not dead. Okay, well that's good. That was the hope I had for you. So this foot looks small. Whatever. Wait, did I come to your stream after I came back from the loony bin, or is this the first time I've come in November? This is the first time I've seen you in like over a month, dude. I think the last time I saw you was like 2 months ago. Unless you were there and I didn't notice, but my leg hurts, leg day's hell. Damn, bro. What'd you do today? Squats? Some RDLs? You went to the loony bin, dude? Was it a good experience at least? I don't mean that like in a rude way. I mean that like genuinely. Well, I spent 19 days in the loony bin? Fuck no. It was hell? Oh shit. Okay, well, did you learn anything while you were there, I guess? I somewhat know a bit about the loony bin. I dated a girl for a few months that like was bipolar. She never had any episodes when we were together, and she was like fairly professional and stuff. But she gave me like a description of it, and it was fucking insane, dude. It was crazy shit. Nah, leg day was 2 days ago, but it's still hell. Today was biceps and forearms. Well, the way it works usually is if you haven't trained in a while, the DOMS or the delayed onset muscle soreness is worse after like 72 hours. So on day three is when it hurts the most, and then it starts to go back down. Crazy. I was the crazy one. No, no. I would know if we dated. It was not you. She lived in Canada, not Germany. I don't know if I can handle bipolar in German. That sounds a little insane. Learn reading. I don't get it. Looney Bin suck. It's a meme. I don't get it. I've never heard of it. Yeah, see, this is the issue. It just feels like, you know what? I'm gonna bring this knee up higher. It's boomer snack. What are you talking about, dude? What are you? You're just saying some obscure meme I've never heard of in my life. I had to spend time in the loony bin because the military commissariat said, "Go fuck yourself, get a diagnosis, shut the fuck up, shut your bitch ass up, suck dick if you bitch trigger." I don't know. What's the loony bin? It's a mental asylum for like people with mental health issues. You ever seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? That. I really don't get why my values are so much different here. Like I'm drawing with the same brush. I don't really get it. Why does it feel so different? This one feels so scratchy. Did I just use a smaller brush? Oh, maybe I did. Ours are called Novinky. That sounds cute. Nexo Uncultured. That's true. Okay. I think higher up on the knee movement feels better. Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. I'm sort of happy with the way the legs are going right now. I just want to clean up a little bit around these guys so I can get a clearer visual on the movement. This should be tied up there. This needs to be cleaned up. I also feel like the foot could point more. Oh my god. Why can't I think in 3D right now? What's going on? No, it's a worse place in Minsk? Okay. Well, it sounds cute. So I don't get it, Kurt. Did somebody basically from the government was like, "Yeah, you have to go here"? I don't really get how Russian stuff works, but that's my assumption. Good morning, Nakamas. Oh my god, dude, I almost sounded so fucking white there. You're my Itsumen, dude. Basically, okay. That sucks. At least I got a non-conscripting diagnosis. Okay, well, so you did learn something. You just had to be tortured for like a week or two. Well, like a month, basically. Oh, okay. So was this like a thing where they were fucking trying to conscript you into the war? Yo, bro is not gonna serve. That's good, dude. I'm glad you don't have to go fight Ukrainians. That would be not good. Especially considering the Russian statistics right now. I don't know if I'd want to be sent into the meat grinder. Nah, Russia has mandatory conscription. Oh my god, dude. Like a year of service. I can't relate. Canada doesn't have mandatory conscription. At least not until the Americans invade us. And then, maybe that'll be a different story. But for now, we're chilling. I was in Novinky because of the same reason. And so that's if they send you to like a mental institution to test to see if you could be conscripted, is that it? Or is it because they do that because you have a pre-existing diagnosis and they want to see if the diagnosis is real, so they send you to the institution? Like, why do you get sent there is my question, I guess. What up, Yeti? Goddess of self-deprecation. Fascinating. Okay, I think I'm liking this better. I just want to clean up some of these legs here and whatever this shit is over here. I don't like that growth in size. There's a lot of volume gain there. Nah, I needed that last pose. That last pose was working, unfortunately. As ugly as it was, it worked. Animation, it's not always about doing the prettiest drawing. Sometimes you just kind of need the drawing to fucking read, but you go to the psychiatrist in your commissariat and tell him you're not mentally well, and he sends you to the clinic for diagnosis. I see. Okay, what's a commissariat? We don't have that here. I don't know what that is. I assume it's like a local office, like a military recruitment center or some sort of just info office, or I don't know. That's my assumption. 7 inches and an 8.5 and an 8.2. Very nice, Glad. Very nice. Lurk, like always do. Gonna watch the Mighty Nine. I don't know what that is, but enjoy, Yeti. Have fun lurking. Okay, I'm liking the legs a lot more now. Now back to the hair. Okay. I still kind of just want it to be small little pieces of hair here. I'm thinking some of them get a little too big. Vonkomat, it's a place where the army does recruitment on mandatory conscription. Oh, Booger Wonderland. Are you? Is that also in Russia? I don't know where Minsk is. Is Minsk in Russia? I assume it is. Let me look this shit up. I feel like I should know this stuff. Capital of Belarus. Okay, right, not Russia. Close enough though. Are Belarusians also fighting in the Ukraine war, or is it only Russia? No. Okay, but they support the war, right? Like I know. Well, the Belarusian government does. Boom, boom. Yes, and first strike on Ukraine 2022 was from a Belarusian territory. Okay. So they're basically like what Iran, Syria, and like fucking like Lebanon and like all those countries are relative to like the Palestinian conflict. I mean, not quite the same, not exactly the right comparison, but in terms of alignment, I guess they fire missiles from different territories. I gotcha. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong layer. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, when the fuck did you get 1,000 followers? Oh, we've been grinding, dude. I had 1,000 like a few weeks ago, maybe like 3 4 weeks ago, something like that. You're probably in the loony bin, dude. I'm an oldie. You are, dude. You should do. You know what you should type? You should type fucking follow age exclamation follow age and see how long you've been here. They were doing that a few weeks ago, and all the regulars these days have been here for a couple months. You know. I think you're one of the OGs. KitKat's also an OG. Dave's an OG. 1 year, 5 months, and 3 days. That's basically how long I've been streaming. So Dave's probably like literally a day one. Not maybe not literally day one, but literally like maybe month one. Because I started streaming in May of 2024. 1 year, 1 month. Am I an OG? Yeah, you probably actually are, Zaza. You should check your follow age. I'm curious. That's pretty close, dude. Almost a year. That's crazy. I feel like part of me feels like it's been more than a year. It feels like it's been more than a year, you know? Does it not feel like more than a year to you? Time doesn't fly, I guess, sometimes, you know? Kind of know I joined around the beginning of 2025. Okay. I think this would go. I don't really know what direction I'm gonna have this head come out at, but we'll do something like that. I think we'll have it go arc out and then back in. Yeah, that way you get like a nice like whoop like that. I like that. I like that. Glad you being 7 months is actually kind of shocking to me. It feels like I've known you so much longer, but I guess not. I have a commission for a sexy military furry wolf. Damn, dude. Shit. What do you have to do? What kind of sex are we talking about? I don't really know how to do like fucking chaotic hair. I feel like I can't have like the hair follow like its path. I feel like it has to sort of like flap around, you know? That's too much though. It's too much volume. It's too big. Showing his buff torso and unzipped pants? Damn, dude. In my mind, for whatever reason, I was thinking lady. When I think sexy, I always think lady. That's just my fucking straight brain. I don't know why, but okay, this one here is too much. It's very distracting. So this shoots in. I kind of want it to shoot out, but maybe not that much. Shit, though. I'm gonna go for now, but I'll catch you later. All right, peace, dude. I appreciate you coming out. Dude, I had a fucking nightmare last night. It was a weird ass dream. I basically was hanging out with my boy, and his homie that I fucking hated just kept pointing a gun at me. Every time I was like, every time he was around and I was around, he would like point a gun at me. And it fucking stressed me out so much, dude. He never shot it though, but he'd always just be like pointing it at me. It was terrifying and it drove me nuts. And then I eventually called the police on him and he went to prison. I'm a Karen even in my dreams, dude. I haven't streamed in a week. Can you do a motivating a speech? Uh, I mean, think about it this way, right? What do you, Glad, get out of streaming? What's the value that you get out of streaming? Don't say nothing, because you wouldn't have been doing it as long as you have. You've been streaming. I can check your analytics, actually. Let's see what you got. Let me look you up. Glad, you've been streaming since August of 2019, okay? You've been streaming consistently, though, since January of 2024. That's almost 2 years, okay, of consistent streaming. Why, you clearly do that for a reason, right? What's the reason? Is it to maintain your, like, sculpting habits? Is it to have structure and routine? Is it because you like your community, believe it or not? You know, find whatever it is, latch onto it, cope, and justify to yourself that that's why you keep coming back. That's what I do. Okay, I would not be animating right now if it weren't for the fact that Chad is here to support me. I'm here to show up for them, and it gets me to be productive. The amount of shit I would have produced in the last 2 years is nothing compared to what I have produced because of this. Something like that happened in my dream. Cows destroyed the countryside and an insurance agent came to our home, but it was dark and they were dressed in cow pajamas. And they were just asking if we needed insurance, but they were standing in the dark and just standing there, and it freaked me out, and I yelled myself awake. Yeah, this fucking gun guy kept freaking me out, dude. It was actually terrifying. Like, and the thing is, he never hurt me. He never did anything. He would just always be there, pointing a gun at me when I'd least expect him. And it like got to the point where I had like anxiety where he'd come in the room. He wouldn't even have the gun, but I would be so stressed. It was like I was living with like a fucking long-term abuser. My brain just kind of manifested this fucking backstory. My brain manifested this story of me knowing him my whole life and him torturing me. You know? Glad if you stream in 2 hours, I'll raid you at the end of stream. How about that? There you go. Now you got motivation. You're gonna get a bunch of freebies. If I remember. I'll try and remember. I promise I won't forget. Chat, remind me. Anyways, I snitched on his ass. But the one thing that stressed me out the most about the dream, now I gotta rip. Yeah, there you go. The one thing that stressed me out the most about the dream is that I couldn't do anything. I felt so helpless. I couldn't fight him. I tried fighting him, and I would just lose. And then he'd put me on my knees and put a gun to my head. You know, the whole dream was just me having a gun pointed at me. And it was so fucking stressful, dude. I felt trapped. It was like, I don't know how to explain it, dude. It was like so anxiety inducing, but nothing actually happened to me. Are we talking about bad dreams? Yeah, I was telling Chad I had a nightmare last night about this fucking guy who would just show up whenever I'd be doing things with like friends, family, whatever, and he would point a gun at me. And it always made sense for him to be there. And my family and friends didn't give a fuck, or they did, but I guess they were like too nervous because he only fucked with me. I don't know. But it sucked. I wanted to kill him. I fantasized about killing him my whole dream. And I couldn't. I didn't have the strength to do it. And then eventually I called the cops and he went to prison. And then I had like the end of the dream. This was the best part, okay? So it had like a very satisfying resolution. I had a full time lapse of his life at the end of my dream where I just saw how fucked up and shitty his life was. And it made everything perfect. Okay? And then I woke up. But yeah, it was so weird. But at least I had a nice little bow wrapped at the end, you know? But okay, I gotta figure out this hair here. I think this hair would flop more the other way. This. I'm just gonna have it fucking shoot in all kinds of directions. I'm not even gonna think about like logic or anything. Are you okay? I'm fine now. Is he someone you know? No, he's not. He's literally just like a fucking weird manifestation. That was the worst part. He's just some fucking and the thing is he looked like one of those like those Twitch streamers that goes around just like being a dickhead in public. Like Jack Doherty. He kind of had like that aesthetic. He was like Middle Eastern, but like taller and skinnier and had like a Jack Doherty look to him. He had like the fucking broccoli cut. He pissed me off. He was basically everything I fucking hate in a human. And he annoyed the shit out of me. Oh, I thought it was a real person. No, 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 no. This is a dream. Okay, it's all a dream. I just had a fucking guy tormenting me in my dream. Don't worry, there aren't people going around pointing guns at me in real life. Not these days. See, I feel like these change like position here. That's a problem. That's a problem. I need it to be anchored to the forehead. Maybe the gun was controlling the guy. The worst part is there were parts in the dream where he would give me the gun and I wouldn't do anything because I didn't want to go to prison. I was like a coward. But if I knew it was a dream, I would have blown him away, you know? But I never did because I'm like a reasonable like person. I'm like I can't just like murder a guy, even though it would make my life a million times easier, you know? Also, because it's a dream, the reality is I would have probably just missed my shot. and it would have just like fucking made things a million times worse. Damn, he was psychologically tormenting you. It was honestly like one of the most stressful dreams I've had in a very long time. That I remember, anyways. I'm sure I've had some really bad ones. That one like stuck with me though. I woke up and I was like, that fucking piece of shit. I'm so glad his life sucked by the end of it. So weird though. So weird how like how realistic some dreams can be. Like I don't really think I don't get a lot of like hyper realism with my dreams where I remember them super vividly. That one fucking goddamn dude. That one was annoying. Okay, this should be a little bit more. I'm gonna actually make this one just sort of like be flat, you know, it'll like disappear. How's that looking? Maybe the gun was controlling the guy like in JoJo. Yeah, he ate the gun fruit, dude. That's a thing in One Piece, isn't it? The gun fruit. Only 10 doesn't make sense. Jisha had a 7 stream streak, dude. I thought it was a version of someone you know IRL. No, no, no. I have no idea who the fuck this guy was. All the people I hung out with were also well, actually fucking who's the comedian dude? His name's Shane. I can't remember what his last name is. Shane comedian. What the fuck is his last name? Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis was like my best friend in this fucking dream. I don't know why. It's very random. He was in the dream. He was my BFF, and he didn't do shit. He fucking made my life miserable. But yeah, it was me, Shane Gillis, and this fucking lunatic, dude, just going around being tormented by this fucking Zoomer broccoli head fuck, dude. I don't know. It sucked. I think what it is I'm not even joking. I think I was watching like Shane Gillis clips before I went to bed, and on like Instagram. I wasn't like looking it up, but it just like sort of popped up, and I gave me like a few of them on YouTube, like in a row. What did I say? Instagram? I think it was on YouTube. And I think I also saw one where like Jack Doherty got fucking owned by this like 12-year-old or whatever. And I think that combination of like clips before bed just fucking created this annoying ass like scenario in my head. The dreams are so interesting. Almost the most random content. Yeah, it is. It does also kind of it feels like it ties into sort of shit you're doing before going to bed, but I don't know. Yeah, I definitely think I like the movement on the legs a lot more here than what I had before. One thing I think I would do, I don't really want to do it, but if I did redo the scene, I would extend it. I would make it longer so there's more anticipation build up. It feels a little sudden. It's not terrible, but I just think the timing could be a little bit nicer. I also think I'd fix the arms. I don't really like the arms too much. By the way, I have no idea what we're listening to. I typed Japanese hip hop on Spotify and just put on the first playlist. So it's gonna give us a bunch of random shit that I've never listened to before, which is fine with me. It seems fine right now. I had a dream recently that I was in an infinite train where I lost my suitcase and I was a train like from a documentary around about India. It was just like one of those like terrifying trains with no doors, just with like a bajillion people, and you're like packed in there like sardines and you can't move and you're looking for your suitcase. That sounds so frustrating. Okay, that's it for that like piece of hair. I don't know that I really like this piece of hair, but we're not gonna worry about it right now. I gotta do the other ones. I think there's only like three things of hair. I don't think I need to draw all of them. Maybe a little one here or something. I don't know. I just kind of think I'm overdoing it. Mr. Brightside. It's funny. This song's called Dream Chaser. What a coincidence, dude. What's this animation for? Literally nothing. Just sort of funsies. I want to make like a. I want to start building out a portfolio of stuff a little bit more so I can start picking up some contract work. And so this was part of that plan. But there's no actual like logic as to why I'm doing this. It's just sort of I'm doing it, you know. I kind of committed to doing a little bit more animation this year, so we're gonna try and stick to that as much as I don't really enjoy animation as much as illustration. I do want to get better at it. That that this could be cleaner. I don't even know if you'd really see much there. Damn, they really just used like the same beat. Just now, he takes off her dress. Now, just gonna look. It's killing me. I don't like that. This guy doesn't have an ear. calling me. Open up my eager eyes. My plan right now is to grow on Twitter. I've already got 35 followers in a month, so I'm doing well. Hell yeah, dude. My goal is look, I got a lot of goals, okay? A lot of them take more effort than I'm willing to put in. So some goals are to be taken less seriously than others. The goal of doing more animation is probably the one I'll commit to the most. The goal of growing on social media is one I'll complain about the most, but won't necessarily do the most about. Um, and then, you know, the ultimate goal of having being able to quit my job would be a nice one, but I don't think that one's ever going to happen. So that's also going to be in the eternally complain category. Like me taking control. See, taken to the scene. Wait, Jisha's an artist or what? Yes, sir. He does a lot of animals, and he gets critiques. I need to stop taking long art breaks. I just forget how to draw each time. Look, Yeti, I get it. I will say, like, when I worked in animation, I hadn't drawn in like 3 years. Basically, until I started streaming again, I hadn't drawn in like 3 years. I had just come off a massive hiatus of drawing because I just didn't have the energy, and or the drive. And I recognized, and I would always go on walks with my buddy Toothpaste, and I'd always go on walks, and I'd be telling him like, man, I gotta start. I gotta start drawing again. I have so much potential. I think I can do well. I gotta start doing more. I gotta start pushing myself. All this stuff. I think I talked about that shit for like 2 years with him before I did anything. And I think that's sort of how I psych myself up to do stuff. Is I just talk and talk and talk and talk. Probably to like an annoying level where people are like, man, this guy's just fucking never gonna do it. And the reality is sometimes I'll never do something, but I think I talk enough to sort of psych myself into to doing something. Toothpaste probably tired of your whining ass. Trust me, he bitches way more than I do. I just bitch about fucking like self growth shit. I got the fucking grind bro like bitch routine. That kind of grows a little bit too much in volume. I'm not gonna do that one just because this is kind of like squashed a little bit. I don't like that this one sort of like actually drags. I don't want it to drag. I want it to be feel random still because it is sort of just like hair flapping in the wind. I don't think it would drag much there. And then this one can go straight down. I always have a life goal, which is to have an art booth at some sort of art event one day. Really? Well, I think you should. That's a pretty achievable goal, Sid. I think you could do that. Plus, your skill level is like good enough that you could probably do it. Like I think like just I my thing is I just don't really I'm not a big like I don't want to really do events. It's not really my it doesn't interest me too much. I just kind of want to make cool things. That's sort of what I want. That's sort of my overarching goal is just to make cool and interesting stuff. I want to build bigger projects. I technically started writing again and shit. Oh, nice, dude. But in Russian? Do you feel like you're better at writing in Russian or in English? My main goal is to find a job as an artist because it looks like I wouldn't be able to find a normal job. Why do you say that? Oniak, thank you for the follow, big dog. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks, Snack. I'm still trying to draw more so I have things to sell, you know? Yeah, that's I think it depends on what you want to do, right, Sid? I have a lot of friends on Twitch and like who've done like stickers, t-shirts, you can do prints. I don't know if my stuff's really suited to prints. Um really what I want to do is like TV or like anime, like a show. I've also wanted to do like a manga or a video game at some point. Those are all sort of like things I want to do in my life, but like a fuck ton better in Russian. English is just low key a slop language. Okay. You can tell you don't speak French. A normal job's like fast food or whatever. Like you can't do that or you just don't want to do that. I think you could do it, dude. I worked at McDonald's. Worked at Subway too. Basically, every job I had until I worked in animation was like a minimum wage job. And I joined the animation industry when I was like 27. Employers care about stuff like that, you know? It shows that you've got sort of the grit. I've been drawing fan art for a K-pop group recently. It's gained me a little bit more traction on IG, but I want to get more of an audience first before I leap into selling stuff. Yeah, I still go between like, should I make more shorts? Should I stop making shorts? I just don't want. I'm too lazy. Like every time I do one, I'm like, this is good. I'm glad I got it done. And then the second I publish it, I'm like, yeah, I don't really care that much. You know, I sort of like swing between those two moods. No, I can't stay at a job for longer than 2 weeks before I get fired for being too anxious or not social enough. How come, dude? You seem pretty social. You're yapping here. The thing is, Jisha, a lot of stuff that feels anxiety inducing and feels scary, once you start doing it more, it gets easier. You just have to like push yourself to get little baby steps, okay? Like you gotta like a little bit of exposure, a little bit of just sort of dipping your toe into social interaction, and then you build on that. And then you get more and more comfortable in that space. And the thing is you will encounter negative experiences at some point, and then what your responsibility is in that scenario, in my opinion, anyways, this is how I do it. If I have a bad experience, I try and detach myself from it in the sense that, I try and think of, oh, it's the person that's sort of like fucking with, like, their life probably sucks. It has nothing to do with their perception of me, and it has everything to do with them. And I feel like having that, it's maybe narcissistic, maybe egocentric or whatever, but assuming that it's all their fault for being an idiot, it's just it makes things a little bit easier. I know, but I get fired without opportunity. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think you should keep trying. You know, you're what? You're a young person, I assume. You got time. You're supposed to fuck up when you're younger. Okay, it's not the end of the world. I'm 23. Dude. I went back to college when I was 23. Okay, you got lots of time to fuck up. I really don't like this. Mostly this one here feels weird to me. I was super introverted, still am, but I improved my social skills a lot after I started working at 23. Yeah, I mean, I'm the same, dude. I probably don't sound introverted, but I certainly am. I guarantee it. I don't do well with actively being in social groups all the time. I'm not like terrible at it, but it's just not an interest of mine. And especially meeting new people, I find very stressful, you know? But I think you can sort of twist your mind state to make that less painful. But it really comes down on how you perceive it internally. Okay, I'm gonna go walk my dog and be back. All right, do your thing. I think the thought of no one cares about me really helps me not be so anxious in public, if that makes sense. My thing is, I look at other people and I think, oh, that's just like a human being. I try and strip them of all their like humanity as much as I can. I try to think of the other person as kind of like an animal, where I'm like, they're like they might have all of these like experiences and titles and like status or whatever, but deep down, internally, they're no different than me. They're basically just like a fucking like an advanced chimp that goes around trying to do things as best as they can to the best of their abilities, but they're not superhuman, okay? And everybody out there that is like fucking like some executive or some world leader of some kind, at the end of the day is just a dude, okay? Some celebrity out there or whatever, they're just a fucking dude or a chick or whatever. They're just like a person. They're not special. They're not unique. They're not God given. A lot of these people have gotten to positions because of luck, circumstance, experience, connections. There's a billion different reasons. They're not necessarily more prolific or more proficient than I am. Like, I look at executives and where I work, and like the executives that I work for, it's not that they're any more intelligent than me. Sometimes I sit in meetings with them, and the more you hang out with like sort of more senior management type people, you'll start to realize if you sit in meetings with them and you're brainstorming ideas, they're not smarter than you. Okay, they're not any different than you. They just have way more confidence and they do things like way more assertively. Like they basically take steps in their life and put themselves in uncomfortable positions way more than somebody else who wouldn't necessarily want to do that. I don't want to be in that position of power, right? It's just not an interest to me. It seems stressful. I don't want it. I don't want all that baggage in my life. They do. That's the only real difference. But they're not more intelligent than me or more hardworking. Hey, Pookie Bears, Dizzy, what up, big dog? Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Welcome in. These guys are just as pathetic as I am. Basically, well, that's what I'm saying, dude. I don't think people who get ahead in life are any more special. And the issue with that is you end up in scenarios where people think and give and attribute praise to certain people and behaviors. They give praise to certain people that really don't deserve it. I don't think like Elon Musk is a good example, okay? I think Elon Musk is probably actually like probably a like average IQ or low IQ guy. I don't think he's like some hyper intelligent like genius who solves a billion problems. I think maybe when I was younger, I probably thought that, and then the more you learn about him, you're like, this guy is like a like he sounds like a 13-year-old. Okay, the fact that he's in the position he's in, there's like I could do that. You know what I mean? I look at Elon Musk and I'm like, I could do that. Maybe not morally and ethically, because I think he makes a lot of decisions that are very narcissistic and actually probably just like unethical in general. And I think because of that, I probably couldn't do a lot of those things because I just would feel uncomfortable doing those things. But I don't think these people in positions of power are special. I don't think they're unique. I think they just sort of have like the willingness to do a thing that people think is impossible. And I think when people look at certain industries or things that they want to be a part of, whether it be animation, whether it be like artistic, like companies or whatever, I think that the truth is a lot of those things look scarier than they are from the outside, because when you don't know how things work internally, you assume everything is just like way out of your reach or whatever, or you attribute a lot of things that aren't necessarily true to those things. And it goes for positive and negative things. I think people associate sort of negative views of industries as well as positive views. The reality is There are just people in those industries trying to do things as best as they can and trying to piece things together and hold things together as best as they can. And a lot of these industries are very fragile. Like if you think of like I don't know, like the oil sector, okay? There's probably a bunch of like blue collar guys on an oil rig. There's probably a bunch of executives making decisions that are basically guesses that are educated guesses based off of how things were done in the past. And a lot of people just sort of emulate what they do in the past. And when you do something new, you're kind of taking a risk, right? So a lot of people are just sort of trying to do their best at things. Look at me, stuck being a mod instead of streaming a cam soda. Exactly. At the end of the day, we're just all humans. We enjoy cringe. We enjoy love. We share a lot of similar interests. That's why things go viral or dumb shows go big. Yeah. Well, I think if you ever hear these billionaires talk, you can hear them talk and you're like, wow, these guys are not that, like, they don't have, like, some crazy insight. They just kind of got lucky, you know? Or they were at the right place at the right time, you know? Like, or they have the right connections. Like, you look at all these big companies like Oracle, Tesla, whatever. Like, all these guys used to work together back in the day, okay? Like, the PayPal Mafia and all these dudes, like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and all these dudes, they fucking knew each other, dude. It's literally like if me and my best friends became billionaires off of one company, and then we used those billions of dollars to make other companies that helped us even more in the future. Like, obviously, we're going to be a lot more successful. Obviously, I could probably gather a group of people together that I know, okay, try and convince them to make like a short or something like that. A lot of people don't have those resources because they don't have the networking that I have, right? So it's like to some people that's going to be really challenging. Now there's the internet, there's ways of networking, there's ways of doing things. Am I special for having these connections in my life to the animation industry? Am I unique in that sense? No, I just happened to go to a school where a lot of people ended up getting employed. We ended up getting hired at the peak of the pandemic when they were overhiring tons and tons of employees. And so every studio needed employees because everybody was home watching shows. So a lot more of my friends statistically on average got jobs in the industry, which gave them more professional experience than the average person. But if I was a student today, would I have the same sort of connections that I do now? Probably not. Probably not. Were the people in my class... I think I had an exceptional group of friends that were very skilled when I went to school, and I think because of that, I'm sort of lucky. I don't think every sort of year after mine at the college I went to is like that. And I don't know that they're necessarily going to have all of the sort of connections I have. You know, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff you could say. And when I looked at... The reason I say all this stuff is because when I looked at the animation industry, I looked at the sort of the black box of the animation industry, and I was like, look, I don't think I could ever do this. I don't know how I could get into animation. It doesn't seem realistic to ever get into animation. It seems so daunting as a student or as somebody who didn't know what they were doing or how to get into that world. It just seems so intimidating. And then when you get into it and you meet other animators and you sort of see how other animators are struggling, even your supervisor's struggling with their own issues and the bosses are struggling, and you have all these sort of like human experiences with all these people that you idolize for so long, it kind of like puts you in like a mental state of like, oh, I can actually kind of just do anything so long as I have the credentials or the qualifications to get into that space. And usually those credentials are not as scary as you think they are. I don't know. That's just sort of my 2 cents on sort of lofty goals and aspirations of doing things. I think the reality is people get sort of so scared by these big black boxes that they end up never actually trying. And so what I think you should do is just fucking, if you want to do a thing, just start doing it. You know, don't wait on, you know, the right people or the right connections, or if you want to stream, don't wait on having a camera and the perfect microphone and the perfect setup and waiting till you get like your fucking 16 HD tablet. Just fucking start it, dude. And you can figure all that shit out later. It's not going to make a difference. If anything, you're just going to be able to like expand on that and be even better and better and better as you go on. You know, it like growth and progress is incremental. It's not all at once. You don't go from being a broke loser to the fucking guy who like discovers like the new great thing that makes you a gajillionaire or whatever, you know? These things are all incremental. And some people have massive legs up that you might not have and you'll never have, you know? Am I ever going to be royalty? Probably not. I guess I could marry a princess, but I wasn't born into it, you know? So it's like, I don't know. Just don't worry about it so much, guys. If you want to do a thing in life, just fucking do it. That's all. I gotta switch my headphones. They're dying again. I just have a nice wooden spoon in my mouth. That's right. Uh-oh. I'm worried my battery's gonna die on my headphones now. Shit. Hello? There we go. Give me a second here. All right, back to animating this stupid guy. PC peripherals I'll probably never get are wireless, like never understand. I prefer it. The reason I prefer it, I used to have the Sennheiser fucking like something HD, the ones with the cables that are open back that everybody loves. I had those for years, like probably like 4 or 5 years. And then when the cables started to get worn out, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna HD 600, something like that. It was maybe I had like a 500 series, I don't know, but anyways, I had those and eventually the cable gave out, and I needed to think of getting a new thing. And I just switched to Bluetooth on everything, and it's the best decision I've ever made. I like the fact that I could just like walk around into my fucking like I could walk around into my kitchen and like just keep listening to whatever I'm doing. I could be in another room doing shit, doing laundry and listening to stuff. I don't need to walk around with a fucking wire attached to me everywhere. I like wireless a lot more. And I thought I would hate it because I was a wire guy for everything for years. Your kitchen's like 3 feet away, yeah, but my fucking desktop, my kitchen's not that far away, or that close. It definitely would not make it with like a wired headset. I also used to always just like sit on the cable while it was on my head, and then it would yank my head down, and like there's just a bunch of shit I didn't like about wired. I just prefer wireless. I'm thoroughly team wireless at this point. Send them to me, I'll fix them. I could probably fix them myself. I'm sure I could just like figure it out, but I just don't care that much. I also didn't like that they were open back and people that would walk by could just like hear what I was doing. It was just like awkward because I lived at my mom's place at the time. It was just like strange. Headphones is the only thing I'd consider. My mouse is like wired, I guess. I don't really like that it is though. But I just lost the little Bluetooth adapter and I never attempted to like fix it. This mouse is kind of fucked though. The scroll wheel's fucked, but I think I could fix it. I know what component I need and I could replace it. I just like haven't gotten to it. I think the only downside is we have to charge for everything now, and I find that extremely annoying. Yeah, I'm a very like routine based guy though, so I like my Google Pixel Watch right now is on my charger. My Bluetooth earbuds are charging. I never really get into a scenario where I'm like screwed. And I think like when it comes to earbuds and stuff, they charge so fast that even if I forget to charge them, if I wait like 5 minutes while they're in the case, they're like basically like 70% charged. Okay. I think I need to actually start doing like proper cleanup now. What is this? Is this a clean layer? Is this an actual clean layer? No, it's not. Oh wait, maybe it is. Let's get. Let's call this folder. Yeah, I'm 99% certain the cable on your headphones is easily replaceable. So it's not the actual jack part that goes into the desktop. It's the part that goes into the headphones. I'd have to like pull the headphones apart and like reattach them. But yeah, you're probably right. I probably just need to resolder them on, which is not a big deal, but though, funnily enough, I met the prospective narrator. What do you say? My dream is to make a team and just do shit, which is pretty close right now because I got an artist and a narrator now. Though, funnily enough, I met the prospective narrator while I was in the loony bin. That's really funny. So the jack in the headphones, like, okay, I'll draw it for you. Where the fuck? It's like if these are the headphones and there's a little connection here, basically this part here that is like the little rubber bit, if this moves too much, it fucks with the audio. Like it's just like kind of fucked at this point. I've definitely fucked them up, dude. They're fucked up for sure. Like I have like forgotten that I'm wearing them and gotten up and just fucking like ripped them out of my computer probably 100 times. Okay, I just don't like wired headphones. I just prefer wireless. I like even if I fix them though, I still wouldn't use them. So I'm not even gonna bother. I have the Sennheiser gaming headphones, and I was semi surprised to find out the cable was replaceable when I took a dump a month or two ago. Yeah, you can just pull it out, I think. There's something that doesn't make sense to be wireless, like a fucking blender, for example. What do you mean? Fix to resell to me. I mean, I guess I could do that. Okay, let's take this, reduce the opacity, this, reduce the opacity, and then arms. Where's my arms layer? Okay, now we're gonna start cleaning this bitch. I'm gonna use the real G pen. I gotta match up the frames. Okay. I'll get the water running. I once bought a blender that's wireless and needs to be charged. I returned it immediately. Wireless blender seems weird to me. I feel like if it's something that's like high powered and mechanical, wired is just probably the way to go. Because like I don't trust batteries enough to fucking like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like if you get something that's like that has like some crazy rotational blade in it, making it fucking wired or wireless seems stupid because then the battery's gonna drain so fast. Maybe battery technology has gotten better, but I don't know. I don't buy it. Okay, now you gotta think of brush size. We're gonna go with brush size 7. No, yes, 8. We'll go with 8. Speaking of grinder, how you doing today, Snack? I'm chilling, dog. I'm good. I'm good. I had a weird fucking nightmare last night, but otherwise I'm good. Drink wireless water. Yeah, exactly, dude. Why is there so many people here right now? What's going on? You guys view botting me? It's pretty foggy here. This is gonna take so long, dude. I suppose me running outside with my mouth open would be wireless water. What the fuck? 40 viewers? I know, dude. Aren't I? I'm like freaking famous, dude. Time to promote my OnlyFans. Do you guys think if I became like a million, like if I was like Amaranth, okay? If I was like big like Amaranth, and I started an OnlyFans, do you think I'd get as rich as her? My guess is no, but I don't think guys have the same pull, you know? Who's Amarand? It's a streamer. Amaranth. Some very weird lady. No offense if you're a fan, I guess. She is weird though. I've told you in the past I'd be your day one sub on OnlyFans. Thanks, man. Shit. Lemon Collie Live. How you doing, big dog? I'm back. Welcome back, Jisha. We're starting our cleanup. I think I'm satisfied with the general movement right now, so now we're gonna tie it down. I'm trying to use a more hardline brush than my other brush because my other brush is very like scritchy scratchy. It's great for sketching and stuff, but I don't know if I want to do my cleanup with it. You know. Plus, I have a job again. Ooh, congrats! And also, welcome back to suffering. Nobody likes having a job, dude. Dizzy, Dizzy, you freaking gifted me 5 gifted subs, bro. You don't have to do that. It's part time. Still, you don't have to do that. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hi, I love how your ears move. It's pretty good. Thanks, dude. I didn't actually animate that. One of my mods did. I animated this dude here who's like falling or whatever, but I haven't. I didn't do my actual PNG tuber because I'm freaking lazy. I just outsource. Shout out Boba. That's right. Shout out Boba. We love creating jobs. That's it. That's exactly it, Lemon Collie Live. I'm a freaking job creator, okay? I'm like the government, but more ethical and more handsome. Probably more inappropriate. At least in public, okay? In the background, I'm sure all politicians are in the Epstein files, but right now in public, I'm definitely way more crass. I'm the most useless mod. Most of my mods are useless, Dizzy, so don't feel too bad, okay? Most of you guys don't really need to do much because we just don't have a lot of problems. And when we do, I'm just mean to them. You know, I feel like I can defend myself pretty well on Twitch, so I'm not overly worried. I don't need like next level activity for my mods. I really want the outline to be really hard and flat. Okay, no pun intended there. But it's just because when I was coloring the first scene, it was a giant pain in the ass. I made the 2 easiest things with my VTuber and use it as is. What'd you do? 2 easiest things. That just sounds like giant tits. Nothing. Not I would know anything about that, but I'll be back. Gonna make some coffee. All right, do your thing. Also, I have to give to take second place back from Otter. It'll be a while before I pass Rickson. Yeah, Rickson. I don't even know. Rickson just came in. He was only here for a few streams. Just came in, gifted a bazillion different like things, and then took off like a ghost in the night, dude. Respect, I guess. I'll take it. We take that. it feels very flat to draw like this. I think I got to get a little bit more comfortable with this style of like drawing, even though it's not like the most appealing thing in the world. My VTuber's a frog, and what I think I need to make a tongue out expression and put physics on the tongue. Hey, if you want, dude. I don't know shit about making VTubers, believe it or not. Oh yeah, he wears a turtleneck. I forgot about that. I just checked out your page. Your frog's so cute. Okay, now I'm curious. Oh, I see. Damn. Very nice looking frog. By the way, Jisha, if you want to make sure that your stream music doesn't get like claimed and it doesn't fuck with your VOD audio, just run it on a different channel. There's some tutorials on YouTube on how to do that. I did it. I don't know why it's going in the VOD. Hmm. There's probably something not set up right, if I had to guess. That's my assumption. Because I haven't had any issues. I don't think this needs to be fully connected here. Okay, let's give this guy an ear. I don't really know how I did the ear on the other guys, but this is how he's going to be on this one. Okay, I'm going to do the upper body first, and then we'll do the lower body after. Okay. God, how long did that take? That took. Let me rewind my freaking thing. I'm curious. That took me 119. That took 20 minutes, dude. Oh my god. That took 20 minutes. I'm only halfway down the body. I gotta do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have to do that 24 more times. It's gonna be very unpleasant. 24 times 20. How long is that gonna this is gonna take? 24 times 20 is 480 divided by 60. 8 hours. And that's only half the body. It's gonna take me fucking probably 16 hours to clean this shit up at this pace. That's not fun. We're gonna just do the body though, just because I want to be able to test and make sure that it's working appeal wise. I don't really like the eye right now. It gets faster based on my experience. I mean, I've drawn this guy like a million times at this point. I don't think I can get much faster, but we'll see. One thing I want to make sure that I'm doing as I'm cleaning is I want to make sure that my volumes are strong. Like, this thumb should really feel like a thumb here. Yeesh. Yeah, I gotta get rid of the distracting. I should just flip. Can no one procrastinate harder than me when it comes to editing pics? Oh, I'm sure some people can, dude. We get a little volume growth there. Better. To be fair, I've spent the whole time sick since I got back from Florida. Dude, me too. I was well, not since I got back from Florida, but I've been very sick lately. It's been annoying. Yesterday was the least sick I felt, but work was exhausting, so I didn't get anything done. Oh, I took the whole I took Monday off like a couple weeks ago because I was like very sick, and then I've been working from home lately just because I don't want to get other people sick. I'm still like congested, have a bit of a cough clearly, so this I think could be a little bit better curved. Ooh, no, yeah, fuck. Yesterday was the least sick I felt, but work was exhausting, so I didn't get anything done. I already read that. I'm stupid. Don't worry, that's why we love you. I'm stupid. Yeah. I haven't really played any games in 2 weeks. Out of town, editing 6, so I want to play, but I really should get on those photos. Yeah, I would say do your work. You know, do your photos. No procrastinating no more. I feel like this ear should come way more forward. Unless this ear should be way farther back. Actually, I think this ear should be way farther back. I have around 1,700 photos to go. Yeah, well, I would say get to work then. You know? The fuck is that? Oh, it's the background. Okay. That to that. All right, all right. Lightroom's booting. Good boy. Do your work. No lazy chatters. Can you do it again if I redeem ASMR? Please don't. Oh, I should get rid of that one. I think I genuinely don't like doing it. Just like a little uncomfortable. It seemed funnier at the time, you know? Now that I haven't done it in a while, it's like really nice. I think the finger kind of grows a little bit there. Oh no, you're getting rid of your ASMR redeem? I don't know, dude. I don't really like doing it. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little uncomfortable. I like it depends on it really depends on the mood. I'm just very rarely into the mood. Okay, I do actually need the fingers here. Oh yeah, I might actually be doing media for a team and going with them to Taiwan. I'll have to pay for some, but it'll be worth it for the discounted trip. That's kind of insane, dude. Damn, that's crazy. Congrats. Maybe. Obviously TBD, but I'm glad you're pursuing your photography stuff, you know? It's very easy to get jaded, I think, in doing art. And it kind of has to be like a side hustle in a way to start anyways. Taiwan, nice. I love shooting. It's the editing that's no fun. I just need to work on it more. It's the equivalent of drawing hands, I suppose. Yeah, kind of. There's a lot of aspects of art that are just not fun. I think for a lot of artists, myself included, the business aspect is just not very pleasant, but I don't want to be the business guy, you know? But I feel like you kind of have to be. It's a little bit big on the thumb there. Does that work? Hand's a little narrower. I think it's because the thumb needs to sort of be a little angled differently. Am I making that too thick? I can't tell. A little bit. This is also not concave enough. Better. Volume, strong, good volume. Okay. Shooting was kind of rough because it's partly cloudy most of the week, plus long days. Sometimes the shadows in the morning and evenings, plus the nets casting shadows on the back spots and them being bright when they moved up. What I'm gonna do, I think, is most others do, and auto ISO next season. The sports move too fast for me to run this much manually. Shit, I just had my chance to raid you with like two people, for fuck's sakes. Hey, it's the thought that counts, dude. Dizzy, yeah, I don't know anything about editing. I know ISOs are basically just like color grading, right? Can you not just make like a palette that like quickly applies to everything, or do you have to constantly do manual touch-ups? I don't know how much of that, like, how it works that way, but oh my god. The day my nose stops being congested is gonna be fucking wild, bro. I don't know. I've been congested so long now. By the way, are you a furry yet? Close. I'm getting there. You know, I haven't done any animal drawing, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but we're getting there. Every day, I'm a little closer. Why? You still trying to gif? I should DM you and send some? Send some what, dude? I don't want to see your cock, bro. Since it's just getting up posted on Instagram, I just use presets to ballpark the finesse, then finesse what it needs. If I get into portraits and stuff, that'll actually get framed to bigger than 4:6. I'll learn how to deal with color grading more. Color grading's interesting to me. Like I'm like from a video editing perspective, I just like I don't know. I'm too lazy, you know. I need a different monitor type and get it color calibrated though. It doesn't help my eyes that aren't good with color. Oh yeah, you're colorblind. I forgot about that. Yeah, I need a fucking like my tablet. The issue with my tablet is sometimes something looks really nice on my tablet, and then when I look at it on my desktop, I just moved it over to my desktop here, so it might be dark for you guys, but it looks different. You know what I mean? And that shit bothers me. It looks off, and I don't have like nothing gives me like a 1-to-1. It's annoying. Do you have your tablet screen mirrored on your desktop? No, I'm drawing directly on my tablet, and then my desktop is like a completely separate thing. Would you kiss me? No, not unless you're a beautiful, beautiful babe of the lady variety. What I will do, Frisky, is I'll tell you I'll keep you as my token furry friend. That way, whenever people say I make fun of furries too much, I'll just be like, that's not possible. One of my best friends is a furry. You know, you'll be one of those. My standards are low. It's why I chase after snack. Yeah, not wrong. Don't let NFT hear that. That's right. NFT's my furry protege. He'll be a normie by the end of it, though. Make it best friends with benefits, and we've got a deal. The benefit is you subscribe to me. I think I could live with that. Bro, why is this is like pixel art, bro? It's so small. Should I clip it? Should you clip what? What did I say? NFT not being your token furry. I mean, the more tokens I can get, the better. Okay. The nice thing about tokens is you can stack them. An expert consultant for Zootopia 2? Me? I don't know about that. I'm so horny that if I said stuff that's in my head, you'd time me out. You're probably right. Let's not test it. Just fucking crank hog, dude. I don't need to know. Okay, you could be stroking your little mushroom tip right now, dude. Your little fucking, your little roll up lipstick. You could fucking crank your hog right now. Don't tell me, but you could be, and I wouldn't care. So long as I don't know. It's not weird if I don't know. Okay, it's the policy of stalkers all around. But I just keep thinking E40 when the song goes last song I assume, right? Not this one. Unless the song goes in honor of the mouse I want to do stuff. Him. Okay. Okay, guys. All right, let's ease up. Let's ease up. I don't like that. Ease up. I've been less tolerant of horny stuff lately. I feel like this face is kind of weird here. I was like, why does this feel weird? Different brush. The arm's growing again. See, it grows too much here. I gotta tone this back a little bit. We're gonna cut it short just to make sure our proportions are good. Probably around here-ish. We're gonna draw the hand, but we're gonna move it back. It's just gonna make my life easier. Okay. We got 3 frames done. Fuck. This is like where my fingers start falling apart here. I was too lazy to draw them properly. Size a little off. Do you have a shortcut for play and pause animation? No. I literally just push the button. Or do you mean on in TV Paint? No, in CSP? No, I do not. Why? Is the play button too far for you, Dave? I keep pressing space. Yeah, it's too far. It's like right here. Oh, God, this is gonna take so long, guys. Holy shit. This is gonna be the most boring thing to watch me do, by the way. Just fucking streaming me doing cleanup on something I've been working on for 3 months. Maybe not that long, but what up, HDMZ? How you doing? Oops. You have 20 plus souls watching? I know. We had 40 earlier, which is weird. Twitch has been doing this weird thing where we jump up in like massive amounts of people and then it just sort of like disappears. It's not stable. I feel like back in the like a year ago, the numbers were smaller, but they were a lot more stable. Whereas now it feels like the numbers are sometimes all over the place. Like I feel like yesterday I had like 11 viewers. I was like, what the fuck? Why is it so low? But then then like last weekend we had like 70 at some point. I'm like, what the fuck? It's very bipolar now. It feels like maybe I'm just not entertaining. That could be it. No, it couldn't be that. I think this finger's a little too small. Doing all right. My laptop's held up by hopes and dreams at the moment. What'd you do to it? I spilled a coffee on my keyboard yesterday, and it seems fine today. So not overly stressed, but I was a little worried. I'm not gonna lie, because I've destroyed a laptop doing that before. Luckily, it was a work laptop, so they just gave me another one. But they made a change to how lurking affects numbers. Yeah, but why would I have massive jumps and then massive dips? That's sort of my question. Like I get the whole lurking thing. Like I get that. But it just feels like sometimes I go from having literally like no one to having more people than I've ever had ever. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and I can't tell what's real. It just seems so strange. Because I'll get like a jump of like 30 or 40 people, but none of them chat. And I get getting lurkers and stuff like that. And I know the majority of people are lurkers. By the way, if you're lurking, love you. But like it is just interesting that there's no like boosted new chatters or anything like that. It's very weird. I don't really get how Twitch works, but I just don't really think about it that much these days. Well, that's a lie. I don't think about it as much in terms of like strategy, just more like confusion, I guess. The left hinge got disintegrated, and now it's supported by the wall. A letter for my unborn child. Damn. Your left hinge got disintegrated, now it's supported by the wall. So what? You just can't move it? What a Japanese ass name, dude. Boss Bossy, yo yo yo, yo yo yo. What up, Boss Bossy? How you doing, big dog? We're doing cleanup. What are you up to today? Just chilling. Ordered some groceries and food. My husband's out, so I thought I'd treat myself. You're a lady. I always, for whatever reason, I don't know why I thought you were a dude. I assume most of my chatters are dudes for some reason these days. It wasn't like that before. Before I always assumed that my chatters were ladies. Now I assume they're dudes and furries, most likely. It's Faye. Oh yeah, right. Fuck. I totally forgot you changed your name. God damn it, dude. Right, right. I knew that. I knew that. See, this is what happens when you guys change your name, dude. I totally like forget, and then I'm like, oh, I got a new chatter. I'm so bad with names, guys. Don't take it personal, Faye. I swear to God, I know who you are. I just like completely forgot. And somewhere along the line, the last few weeks, given that I forgot, I just assumed Boss Fossey was a new person. Nothing personal. Yeah, just business. We're totally humans and not bears. You're getting old, I get it. Aren't you like my age? Bears with top hats. Sounds like a fun time. Mouse traps, we don't like those. I feel like the chin could be a little. What is this song, dude? One of you guys queued this up, didn't you? Oh yeah, HDMZ. I'm younger than you if I remember correctly. Are you? I'm 31, so you tell me. I'm 30. All right. All right, whatever, dude. Shit, I think the volume's a little too small here. Mm. Ah, shit. That ain't the right shape. From this perspective, the thickness between like the spaces here are gonna get a little smaller. There's gonna be a little bit more overlap. This looks like shit. Okay. Torso number 5. Actually, shit. I didn't add the little strap things. Big volume change there, but the jacket is like blowing in the wind, so Enjoy your lurk, Dave. That ain't right. Woo wee. All right. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna get something to eat real quick, and then we'll continue. BRB. Actually, I'm gonna drop a little. The fuck? Why can't I draw on this? Whatever. Be right back. Chat, I'm back. What I miss? No. Excellent. Just how I like it. Okay. Time to eat this shit. It's weird. When I eat, my headphone squeaks. It's really annoying. It's only on one side. Also, did you guys know Fetty Wap's alive? I thought he was dead for like probably the last 6 years. I thought Fetty Wap was dead. I don't know why. I just assumed he was dead. I feel like someone told me he died, but he didn't. Huh? Yeah. I thought he was dead. He's not. And that's very random. He was mentioned in a YouTube video, like some video I watched like this week. And I was like, I wonder when he died. So I looked it up and I'm like, what do you mean he's alive? I don't know, it just made me think of that. We're just gonna get some water. Okay. Been doing this shit for 2.5 hours, bro. God damn. And I've gotten 5 done out of 24. It's gonna be so long. 5 upper bodies, by the way. Not even lower body. How much more time do you think before you finish the line art? I mean, on this scene alone, probably I want to say another 16 hours on this scene alone. And then I want to make some changes to the second scene and some changes to the first. So, probably going to be doing this for another 2 months. It is like a solid like 5 seconds of animation though, which is a lot, for hand-drawn work. Especially it's not just like 5 seconds of them just like standing there like an anime character moving its mouth. Like it's fairly dynamic, so I don't feel too bad, but Why do these look so different? You know? I much prefer this one. I'm gonna redo this one so it matches the other one more. I also feel like I've been working on the same drawing for months. Yeah, that's just kind of how it be sometimes, you know? Oh my god, I can't see. The fucking neon green is not the color. Let me change this. How do I change this shit again? Onion skin. I go edit, and then I go. How the fuck do I do this? Show animation cells, onion skin settings. That's it. Let's make it red. Like a strong red instead of green. Okay, I can see that a little bit better. I'm gonna make it. Nah, it's fine. And I bet it'll turn out like shit. I mean, that's how I feel, you know? Oops. Looks terrible. Where are people in chat from? A little bit of everywhere, I think. I think most of my demographics are American. So the majority of people that watch me are American. Then I think it's British. Very weird demographics. Statistically, most people like 70% are American. think the mouth is too low on this one. Chat's awfully quiet now. I was hoping people were going to respond, but maybe it's for the best if Snack's ever going to finish this animation before 2029. I know, dude. Yeah, I think most people are lurking right now, or just doing their own thing. I didn't respond because Snack's right. I'm in America. Won't say I'm in America though. The America self-deprecation, self-flagellation. Sorry, Belarus. So quirky. By the way, Snack, you're really good at yapping and talking with chat. Is that something you practice? Definitely not. I think maybe I'm just good off the cuff. I don't know. I don't practice it though. At least not like actively. Maybe I do like just by having friends or whatever, but I think I just maybe I'm just not like I'm not afraid to just say what I'm thinking, I guess. So it's just sort of a stream of consciousness literally, which also means I probably say some insane shit, but hello. What up, Narum? How you doing? How you doing? Where do I know that name from? I didn't get like a first chat or comment, but I just feel like I haven't seen you in a while and or before. For whatever reason, you feel new to me, but you're probably not. Maybe are you recently new? Chad, sometimes I forget your names. I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't tell you guys when I forget who you are. I forgot Faye earlier, and she's been here for like a year, so don't feel too bad. Didn't Faye just change her username last week? I'm trying to make Nayrim feel better, okay? 2 seconds after Ian Soka says I'm good at talking to chat. I insult the chatter unintentionally. My bad. I forgive you. Just don't do it again. Lest I forget you, Sid. Damn, Snack's already a big time streamer. Can't even remember those who were here before he hit it big. There's a lot of fucking people that come and go, dude. I think the one thing with streaming is you churn a lot of people, right? You get a lot of new people, you lose a lot of people. Like there are people that were regulars here a while ago that just have disappeared forever. You know, there are some that have been here for a while that are still here. There's new people that are regulars here, you know? So it comes and goes and waves. Streamer chat retention is an interesting thing to me. I don't really know how it works or what the tech is, you know, but I'm actually surprised that Snack remembers what field I work in. You're a lab tech or a lab coordinator of some sort. I know that. Oh, I get it. It's our fault. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is if chat isn't watching me and talking to me and listening to me, there's something wrong with them. It's not me. It can't be me. Okay, it's just not possible. Chad mentality. That's right. To be a streamer, you have to be a little narcissistic. I think you do to a degree. It just depends how like pathological you are with it, I suppose. I was fully just gonna change my backstory every time and think Snack wouldn't notice. Damn. I mean, you could have just been lying the first time. If you wait long enough without reminding me, I'll probably forget. I think that's sort of how it works. If you guys aren't active or you're not chatting enough or you're just like not in my shit enough or like I don't talk to you enough, I will forget, you know? But there are some people that are here like every stream and it's very difficult to forget. You're one that said Jadu's one, even though he's not here today, which is gonna suck for him. Oh, maybe he is. I don't know, but it's gonna suck for him because he's gonna lose his streak. Jadu and you are here like every day. Boba's here pretty regularly. I am curious to know what the metrics are gonna be like at the end of the year. With the damn, we finally got Simply Rickson. Oh my god, dude! I was talking about you earlier. Do a jiggle? Oh, you know it jiggling, dude. It's crazy. The jiggle thingy has not been getting redeemed as much. People are broke around here. The economy's hurting everybody. Talking shit about me, I suppose. Yes, exactly. No, Dizzy did like a massive like 5 gifted subs, and he was like, I don't think I could catch up to Rickson, and I was like, I don't think anyone's gonna catch up to Rickson, dude. Rickson kind of took a lead on that. You're still the top gifter here. My phone told me you went live 5 times and you're only showing up now, dude. That's kind of rude. What the fuck? Simply Rickson. Trying to keep the lead, huh? I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate all the gifted subs. You do too much. You bless me too much. See the hairline's like sliding back. I think the bottom hairline, this guy's hairline should just be higher up. Fuck, I misclicked. You really? I do think this actually needs to be a little lower. Okay. So many left. Oh my god. Okay, the nose needs to be a little longer here. I'm looking at these two, and the nose angle is also very wrong. I think of eye direction here. He's looking off sort of the other way. Funny enough, Shiva asked me why I stopped coming to your streams, and truth be told, it's difficult to juggle between streams sometimes. You still talk to Beef? I was in her stream like, well, whenever she was live last. I didn't understand a fucking thing she was saying though, because she speaks Polish. There's no pressure to show up, guys. By the way, I mean I love it, obviously, but you know, you guys got lives. Oh, snap! I'm so nasty. I think this eye is a little wider. Every time I come to her stream, she forgets I'm Polish. I didn't even know you were Polish, dude. She has a very like voice actor voice, you know what I mean? I feel like she'd be a good voice actress. Don't tell her I said that. She can't know I'm complimenting her. I'm gonna clip it and then I'm gonna delete it. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I think this mouthpiece would be a little longer. I may fix the hair, but as long as I get the hairline right, I can fuck around with the hair even on the clean, and then we'll worry about that later. Trying to figure out where the hell my collar is. I think it's actually up here. Whoa. Can't be saying that. This needs to shoot up more. Dude, this song sucks. Hey, what up, Chain? How you doing, dog? Finally gonna finish my project next week. How long you been working on this, dude? About a year. Damn. And I thought like a month and a half on this animation was long. You excited? It's a game, right? Or am I tripping? I thought you tried to make a game at some point. It's something between an app and a game. Okay. The fuck? I don't know I could do that. What sort of app is it? I'm curious. Fuck, man. I think you can think of it as a mental health app wrapped as a pet keeping and growth game. Oh, okay, okay, I gotcha. So it's like one of those like habit games where like the more you maintain your habit, the more the creature sort of grows, I guess. Yeah, yeah, something like that. Gotcha. Well, that's exciting. How many hours do you think you spent on it? Honestly, I don't know. Game making is a time-consuming thing, you know? Too much and too little at the same time. Oh yeah, that makes sense. God, I hate drawing fingers, bro. I'm craving McDonald's French fries right now. Go for it, dude. I just had like a chicken finger wrap. I think I want this finger to bend a little bit too. Vager Noosh, how you doing? What's up? Oh, I already booked my ticket to Canada. Hell yeah, dude! You still going to the East Coast? Sorry, like Newfoundland type area. I can't remember where the hell you said you were going. Hey, hey, what up, Avail? How are you, Veg? I'm good, dude. I'm good. Today's a good day for me. I don't know why. It just feels good. Lately I've been feeling good, you know? I think I just give less of a shit about work. I think that sort of helps me feel good in general. I think this finger's too the index is a little long on this one. I'll go to Vancouver on at the end of December, and I leave for Halifax on the 1st. Or sorry, in January. Damn. It's interesting. I would have like totally pictured you coming from directly to the East Coast, but I guess the planet is round. So if you're in like, over here and you're trying to get like over here, instead of doing this, it just makes sense to do this. But, it's not like instinctive to just think that. Okay. I think I like it better without this stupid line in the way. All right. Oh, I realized I'm forgetting he has like this fucking jacket thing here that splits his jacket. I haven't drawn it at all. Oopsies. Oopsies. How you doing, Avail? How's life? It'd be like a 15-hour flight or something. Yeah, it is. The first one's already taking like 16 hours. It's crazy. Crazy. Dude, 16 hours? That's like max flight time. Can you even fly longer than that? I went to Vancouver for two reasons. One's because the housing isn't open till January, and the other is there's no direct flight to Halifax, even in Vancouver. I guess people don't really go to Halifax very often. It's kind of a smaller city, you know? I've been chilling. Hell yeah, dude. You still streaming regularly, Abel? Sid, do you speak Chinese? I feel like your ears perk up whenever like people talk about like China or like you're very interested in flight travel times there. I'm doing a little profiling. I think Sid's also from Taiwan, if I remember correctly. Crazy, dude. I don't think. Yeah, sure. Sid's just been lying to me about all the places she's from and what she does for work. Keep your secrets, Sid. It's okay. No need to dox yourself. I'm streaming. I haven't done art in a bit though. How come? Weren't you doing like a comic? That arm looks fucking weird, dude. I think if the arm's at a distance, this needs to overlap that. Yeah, the whole lab thing, I just made it up on the spot, very specific. Chat, you guys can lie to me. It's okay. I'll never know the difference. I think I'm a slower writer than an artist, which is saying something because I'm a slow artist. Damn. Can you recommend something for me to try on the east coast of Canada? I mean, I'm not from Halifax. They probably have very similar shit to us though. My guess would be, hmm. There's these things called like I don't know what the fuck they're called, but they're basically like popsicle sticks, okay, made of like snow and maple syrup. That is a very common thing that we do in the wintertime. They just make these like weird snowy popsicle-y things. You basically put it out in the you put maple syrup out in the snow and then you roll it up with a popsicle stick as it like dries. It's not always maple syrup. Sometimes it's like sugar and stuff too, but those are really good. Poutine, obviously, something you gotta do. Poutine, for sure, you gotta do it. Also, don't go anywhere that has shredded cheese. It has to be cheese curds. So poutine needs cheese curds and fries and gravy. That's a poutine, okay? Anything beyond that is like some artisan bullshit knockoff, okay? Don't get anything else. Just get the classic poutine. And if you want to try crazy weird flavors, do that later, but start with the classic. You could probably get poutine literally everywhere. You can get it at McDonald's, you get it fucking everywhere, dude. Also, if you're going to school there, there's going to be other Canadians in your program. Talk to them, okay? Become friends with them. They're very nice, and they'll be very interested in you. I promise. Okay? One of my buddies was from Taiwan when I went to college, and he was really chill. Very mature guy. I haven't been to Canada in a long time. Where have you visited in Canada? Toronto? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Did you like Toronto? Did you go visit the CN Tower and the aquarium and all that good stuff? I don't remember. How long ago did you go? I remember poutine though. Yeah, that makes sense. Pretty much, it's like everywhere. You can get poutine at like every single store. Hello, father. I heard you complimented me. I need to clip it. I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. You're gonna have to friggin' search for it because I don't. I certainly don't remember. Maybe 10 years ago. Oh damn. Okay, this was a while ago. And listen to it on repeat instead of going to therapy. See, guys, therapy's not real. Okay, it's make believe. Just pay a homeless guy to like listen to you, and your problems. You don't need therapy. I'm just kidding, by the way. This is not medical advice. The cheese on poutine has a very cool texture. It's cheese curds, so they squeak when you bite them. They're awesome. It does. The squeaky feeling's very weird in a cool way. I mean, I just grew up on having like bags of fucking cheese curds in my fridge, so I'd eat them all day. Show me the animation. I mean, it's not done, but we're cleaning it up right now. But it's just a guy falling so far. What the fuck? Insane? It's alright. I forgot you're a professional animator. I mean, I never worked in hand drawn animation. I worked in rigs. So this is all me, baby. Can't steal that from me. The thing is, when you learn like timing and spacing and all that stuff, it all carries over. So if you have strong draftsmanship, even if you work with rigs, you can still like carry that over to sort of hand drawn work. There's like two other shots. I want to fix them though. I don't really like the way they look. So this is only like a third of the animation. Goes back all the way to like here-ish, I want to say. And yeah, so like it loops. There's some stuff I want to add to it, but I think at the end of this shot, like the second scene, when he jumps, I want to get like I want to get like a top-down shot of him falling. Just like one more scene where you could just see like him falling from the bottom here. Like just like feet and then legs and then like all of this and then just have him like sort of fall. I like that idea and then have these legs sort of kick and him sort of fall in like in the frame like that. I kind of want to do that because it feels like it cuts to this too soon. It's too abrupt, and I think having a little transitional shot is gonna make it feel a lot smoother. So that's what I'm gonna do. This is basically gonna turn into like a 6 second animation, which is a lot, but especially like very dynamic like this. But we're getting there. How's work? Terrible. You trying to sponsor me, dude? I'm looking for a sugar mama to let me retire. I doubt I don't know how old you are, but I doubt like a 20-year-old like you is going to be able to sustain my lifestyle. But I'm open to it. Help me become a professional bum, you know? But you're a parent here. What the fuck? I know, but I can't afford all of you. Time for you guys to get jobs. Start helping your elderly father out. Damn, ho. What? Why you call me a hoe, dude? Change the shape too much here. Wait, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is what? At least write me up in your testament. My testament? You mean my will? Is Rickson snitching on me? I don't know. Snitching on you in what way? Rickson was here earlier, but I have no idea what you're talking about. How's the thickness between that and that? It's like here. Yeah, this brow needs to shift over a little bit. Did I grow the chin too much? Yeah, we got a little bit of volume gain here. I don't want that. How long's the queue on the playlist before we go back to straight weeb music? This is weeb music, dude. I just put on a Japanese hip hop playlist, so we're not listening to like the classic weeb stuff. There's no queue right now. This is just a random playlist. Just semi weeb, exactly. Okay. What are the odds I get the upper body done today? Probably not. Doing the cleanup is really the part where you have to really sort of like test your patience. I want to rush this so bad, but I just want to fucking. There's no point in doing a cleanup if it's rushed, you know? It really is a test of wills. Are you going insane animating for so long, or are you getting used to it? I mean, I took a break. Last week I didn't do any animation. I just sort of jumped to something else because I was like kind of going a little crazy. It doesn't really get easier. It's just kind of one of those things where you're like, I just gotta finish it, you know? So I'm just gonna tank as much as I can. But yeah, I really wish it were done. But I would also prefer it be. I would rather spend all this time on something that I think is good quality than spend all this time on something that I think is rushed. You know, or spend half the time on this on something that I think is rushed. I think that's more important to me. So even if it takes a really long time, it's something I can at least like use. But it does take a long ass fucking time, dude. The worst part is I feel like I have to keep doing this because I'm warmed up now. You know what I mean? Like if I weren't so warmed up, I could justify stopping. But because I've spent like 3 hours, 4 hours, damn, just fucking warming up, I kind of got to keep going. It's also mildly therapeutic, but also not really. The first thing I'm gonna try in Canada is Taco Bell. What the fuck? Why? I'm just really curious about what it tastes like. It's pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. I love me some TC, dude. Some TB, sorry. People who say they don't like Taco Bell are lying. Okay, you will shit yourself though. Are there any Canadian fast food chains? I'm trying to think of some that aren't like exclusively local, so I don't like dox myself. I don't really know. Probably. Let me think. Canadian fast food chains. Canadian fast food chains. Harvey's is really good. I don't know if you guys ever had Harvey's. I really like Harvey's personally. I'm not doxing myself with that one. That one's like definitely national, but I'm pretty sure Hesburger's Canadian. Hesburger. I've never heard of it. Same. I don't have any good Mexican food here. Just stuff from European towns. Tongues. No spice. I see. I like Taco Bell though. You know. He Hi Shas BXX. What up, Lemon Squisher? How you doing, big dog? Arby's. I don't think that's Canadian. I think that's American. We have like some places have Arby's. We don't have a lot though. They're not very popular here. Arby's, like the burger store. No, not Arby's. Harvey's. Harvey's. Tim Hortons is also. I don't know. I'm not a big Tim Hortons guy. Tim Hortons used to be good back in like the early 2000s. Now it's slop. They got bought out by the same company that like owns Burger King or whatever, and then they changed their coffee recipe, and it's just kind of mid now. But McDonald's bought their old coffee supplier in Canada. So if you want good coffee in Canada, you go to McDonald's. We do have a lot of fucking Tim Hortons though, Sid. Like a lot. They're not great though. Oops. Too thick. If you ever think about becoming a medieval artist jester, just come up with crazy schematics and art for the rest of your life as a human trophy. I'm sorry, what? If you ever think about becoming a medieval artist jester, I assume you're asking, do you ever think about becoming a medieval artist jester? Like just coming up with crazy schematics and art for the rest of your life as a human trophy, as in somebody owns me? Yeah, dude, I want that. If a billionaire adopts me, Lemon Squisser, and they house me, and they tell me all I have to do all day is just create things, oh, bro, I'll live that life. Hell yeah, dap me up. What are you saying, dap me? What are you, a billionaire? If you are, dude, now's the time to tell me. I will literally quit my job if you give me some sort of like artist salary to come live with you. All right. One caveat is I won't fuck you, but I will help you get laid. I'll get you some fellas if that's your thing. Alpha male dating course. That's right. We'll get you a high value man. Guys, I'm so stinky. I forgot to put on deodorant this morning. I smell like shit. It's terrible. I'm such a stinky boy. You're not beating the weird furry allegation, artist allegations of stuff like this. I'm not a furry, guys. Stop having wishful thinking, all right? Trust me. I know you guys want me to be a furry. I'm not, though. If beef, by the way, if there was such a thing as like a peach-based furry, you'd be it, dude. You love Peach. You love Peach. You've probably drawn Peach more than anyone on planet Earth, dude. I feel like there are probably fucking Nintendo artists that haven't drawn Peach as much as you have. Man, I love Princess Peach. Why? What's the appeal? I see. You speak in hieroglyphs, dude. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Check out my emotes. Are those your emotes? Very nice, dude. Imagine having emotes. You're gonna start giving my chat ideas. The song is so chill. I really like the song. Dude, that looks like a pussy. What is that? If I send an emote, will you set it? Probably not. Feet? What the hell? I'm very picky about my emotes. Unless I've commissioned or asked for it, I probably won't use it. The feet emote got rejected like a million times. What'd you name it? I feel like I had to resubmit the P emote a few times. But I think I think I changed the name to something else and it eventually worked. Fuck, where's my P emote? Yeah, okay, maybe I just called it cat snack P. Okay, whatever. Maybe I'm lying. I'm probably lying. this comes in more. Just random symbols because I gave up. I see. You're a quitter. I believed in you more than that, dude. I didn't know you were a quitter. Brew. I already flashed not safe for work bare breast like 10 times. I'm too close to a ban to risk it with the feed emote. Damn, bro. I had to. I remember one time I gave you like a critique on like a vagina at some point, and I had to delete that from my fucking folder because every time I'd pull something up on stream, it was like right next to a file I wanted to open, and I'd always be worried about opening that up. Space is still a little short. I can't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Okay, I'm not feeling this one. Oh, there you go. Now they're talking. I'm not a big fan of instrumentals. I don't know why. Just don't really like them very much. What about a greasy and truly horrid bass line? I don't know. I don't know. I guess only one way to find out, right? But okay, this is not right. Fuck. Hextoon Studio, thank you for the follow, big dog. Studio, you like doing a little bit of Dwan, a little bit of animating, maybe, Hextoon? Yep. Hey, everyone, what up, dog? Well, you've come to the right place. Sometimes. Sometimes I do illustration stuff. Today I'm doing animation stuff. I was guilted last stream into by not doing it. Okay, another jacket kind of done. All right, let's see. Cleanup coming along. Coming along. Oh, fuck, I'm tired. New to Twitch? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Well, I don't know if I'm the right spot to show up for your first stream. I'm I feel like I'm like a high level stream, you know? Where you get used to me after a while. Or sorry, I think you have to sort of know the degeneracy that exists on Twitch before you show up here. If you show up here immediately, then you're just kind of like thrust into something terrible right off the bat. But you know, we'll be gentle. Chat, be gentle. Exclusive content. Yeah. Also, you guys just reminded me, chat. I don't know why. I gotta remember to not always have my boobs on. It's a redeem. It's not a permanent state of existence, okay? This cleanup's taking so fucking long. And how you doing, dog? Damn, speaking of day ones. If I send you an emote, will you use it? Again, no, probably not. I don't upload random emotes. I'm very selective about my emotes. That's why I have so few. I already used 20 minutes of my life. Well, why are you doing that, dude? Heartbroken. Oh well. Can't make them all happy, chat. Please, I promise it's very funny. I'll look at it and then maybe. I don't want to make a habit of people sending me emotes and then guilting me into using their emotes. So the answer is probably going to be no. I don't know how to. I'm trying to figure out how to make this look like wind is like blowing the jacket up. 3 out of 10. Rate my manipulation tactic. Well, I mean, it's not gonna work on me. That's the thing. I feel like I'm so immune to being guilted sometimes. Jadu, how you doing, dude? I was so worried you were gonna lose your streak. If I stopped at the 4 hour mark, you would have lost your streak. I mean, even if you didn't say it was a manipulation, I don't think it would have worked. But I just know Twitch chat's bullshit, dude. I can't be giving every single individual person what they want. When I first started streaming, oh my god, yeah, I would have been so weak to that shit. Now, I don't mind breaking a couple hearts, dude. I literally showed up to save my streak. I'm so tired. Well, you're here now. You can go to bed, dude. You don't have to keep being here. Nah, it's cool. I was up late last night and then I had to entertain the children last minute because my mom didn't tell me in advance that she wants me to do stuff. Ah, classic mom move. By the way, did you wake up your entire family with your Uber Eats or what? Nah, I snuck out to grab it without waking anyone. Hell yeah. I'm just a beginner. Ooh woo ooh woo oh oh ara ara. You gotta start using the DuPont method. You know, you gotta start telling people you're gonna kill yourself if they don't do what you say. That's the ultimate move. I wanted to use Uwu in a stream title and it got blocked. What? Why? Oh, so much to go. Ugh. I'm getting tired, Chad. Do you still do critiques for free? Yeah, not today though. I'm just kind of not cranky, but just sort of trying to lock in on this animation, get it done. You know, take money for that. Maybe one day. I'm just out here fucking up the artist economy by giving shit out for free. I know, so smart, right? I know. Ugh. Beef, how much would you charge for a cat snack critique? I don't know, your minimum wage? Brother, I make like fucking way more than I'm not wasting my time charging doing work for minimum wage. No offense. What's the minimum wage in Canada? I have no idea. What is it? Minimum wage in Canada. It looks like it's 17.75 apparently. $17.75 US. Canada. CAD. Oh my god, dude, I can't fucking talk. Lemon Squisher. Whoa, that's CAD though. The equivalent to that in USD is like very different. 17.75 CAD to USD. That's 12. That's basically $12.50 USD. So I don't know what the US minimum wage is. US minimum wage. There's no way it's $7. Wait, how much for a cheap one bedroom? It depends. In the city or out of the city? You're looking at probably around 1400 to 1500 CAD for a one bedroom in the city. Probably anywhere between 14 and 1600 for a one bedroom. Actually, yeah, that's pretty standard here too in London. But it won't be a nice place. It'll be kind of a shitty place. Same here. Like you probably won't have. Maybe you'll have air conditioning. Nah, you probably wouldn't have air conditioning. I don't really know. I have no idea. I calculate my commissions by hours I spend on them, so I'm a bit dense. I feel like I'd end up overcharging if I did that because I'm a very slow artist in general. In our capital, it's 100 to 150 euros a month. Where the fuck do you live, dude? Damn. I think for professional critiques from somebody who has industry experience, you could probably be charging for like an hour long review. Like, let's say you submitted something and I give you like an hour long video back critiquing your stuff. I think I could charge anywhere between 50 and $100 an hour for that. I think that's reasonable for somebody with like professional experience. USD, to be clear. Eastern Europe. Apparently, Venice has some of the nicest housing prices because there's so much government owned property. Hmm. That's how much modern day James charges for his mentorship. He's a little bit more skilled than me. I'd probably like lower my prices based off that. Can I get it for free? Unfortunately, you can because I'm a cheap hoe, dude. I'm a cloud hungry whore. That explains a lot. Then in Poland, for 150 euros, you won't get anything. Not even a room for a student in a basement with rats. Yeah, probably not even here. You can get a room for like 750, maybe 800. This finger looks fucked. This thumb is too big. Damn, I wish I had an emote to choke snack. It would take my viewer experience to the top, you know? I don't know. I guess I should commission someone to do that, huh? These fingers look a little fucked, but I think the most expensive piece of art education I've ever paid for was Mark Burnett's art course for like 500 bucks when it was on discount. But that was one of the most thorough things I've seen. It basically covers everything you'd ever need to know for art, but I feel like some of his education style makes it hard to really digest information. So I only use it for something that I find technically difficult. That's kind of what I would price like a pretty intense course at. I'm Transman over on YouTube. How you doing? How you doing, Transman? 500 bucks. That's my rent. Damn, that's cheap. I have a sister who always goes on this account, so you might recognize the name. I guess. I don't know. I can't tell the difference, so I just assume I've been talking to the same person for the last week. I lived in a Facebook marketplace flat for like a year. Best prices, worst landlord. Apartment flooded the first night I moved in. I'm not kidding. Damn, bro. That's fucking sucks. I mean, to be fair, just one topic he can talk on for like 3 hours straight, so I think it's worth the money. His character design lesson's 2.5 hours long, and there's like 10 terms worth of content. I've thought of making a course. I think I want to wait till I'm a little bit more experienced, and then maybe I'll dabble with making a course. Snack, is one Panger ban in the stream today? One Panger ban? I don't know what that is. Was that the? Are they like they're a new chatter? I guess. Guys, I'm really bad at remembering you guys, so I'm sorry. Bathroom falls apart on me. Damn. I mean, minimum wage is different, so is life quality, but it's still mad cheap for a flat with 2 rooms. Yeah, dude. I've been told regularly and I'm quite a good teacher, so I think I can manage a course. It's just sometimes I find it difficult to make the phrases concise for something complex. Yeah, I think that's sort of my issue would be like structure. I don't want my course to be all over and I don't want it to be off the cuff. I want there to be like a curriculum and a proper one, you know? I think if I made a course, it'd be in like 10 years or 5 years or something like that, you know? If I'm still doing this. At that point, I think I'll be well qualified to sort of cover most topics. I could do like a beginner course, I guess, on like anatomy and stuff like that. I just don't know that I'm good enough to be teaching or to be charging for teaching. I still do get a little bit of imposter syndrome with stuff. It is weird. Like I know I'm objectively not that bad, but it's a I don't know, it's a hard thing to sort of shake. Those are lofty lies. It would take less than half a year to plan out 20 or so lectures that can go up on one of the sites. Yeah, it's not about like the structure. It's about like me being credible enough to sort of like teach it, I guess. Like it's one thing to teach a course. It's one thing to make a course. It's another thing to teach a course and to do demonstrations and all that stuff and to sort of like have the confidence that you know what you're talking about. Like my concern is I don't want to teach a principle that I don't even know is right. I want to give it like a decade of trying things out to really know if it's right or not. How long do you think an 8 point turn should take to make for a character design? Uh Probably less than a week. I guess if in a professional pipeline. I had a friend who was a character designer, and she had to do turnarounds in like a day, but they weren't like 8 point turnarounds. They'd probably be like 3 or 4, something like that. And then this would be a rough. This wouldn't be like a finished thing, So maybe a few weeks, couple weeks of working full time hours. You know what I mean? Okay. Chat, I think this is about time that we wrap up. I think I'm pretty kaput. We've been going for 5 hours now. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid out to Glad because I told her I'd raid to her if she streamed today because she didn't want to stream because she was a big baby. So we're gonna go raid into Glad, and yeah, we're gonna call it there. Okay, I was really beating myself up because I wanted to do an 8-point turn for 4 different characters, and it took me like 5 days just to draw the mannequins. Even then, I don't know if that puts a great job with it. I think like you should probably be able to get a rough done in like a day or two, but yeah. Anyways, guys, I will see you all tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time for the next stream. See you there. Thanks for coming out. Bye bye.